Alright. Still got my microphone. Let's go ahead and unmute this. Okay. So it looks like it actually might be a little on the quiet side from where I'm sitting. But let me know how it sounds to you. And in fact, actually, let's see here. Let's slide a little bit. Doesn't need to be loud. Okay, I mean, that's fine. I just want to make sure that the game is audible, though. So we're not playing in silence, because that's kind of weird. Alrighty, so. The volume is good. Let's start out with our MGP campaign. Woo! One sec here. Might have to close a thing or two. I can close that. That should help. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better. How's it look on your end? It's... Let's see. Let's check out what the campaign attendant's got for us. Seasonal event prizes. Frame rate's a little low. Okay. I was kind of thinking that too. One sec. Let's drop this down to very high. I think it seems a lot more reasonable. Oh, that's actually a good idea. System config. I think it is. No. I gotta remember where that is. It's been a long time. Ooh, anyway the wind blows up. Alright. I'm actually trying to remember where the option is for reducing the number of players. Display limits. We'll go with high on that. Let's see. Okay, well that feels like it stabilized the frame rate some. Yeah, I'm trying to remember thinking back. I think the characters on screen thing is only for PlayStation, I believe. Well, let's go. When Master Typhon's nose blows, whether the mucus flows, nobody knows. Can you read his motions and seek safe haven from the oncoming tempest? If you think you have what it takes to be the last one standing, then step right up. And if you do get caught in a squall of sputum, hey, there's nothing to lose but your dignity. Indeed. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. It's a shoe bill. I shall claim this spot. Oh, I guess it won't let me. Wow. Well, that was a good chunk of people gone. Seriously, according to the seasonal quest, Godbert actually said, "Hey, this guy looks like he could use a job." Aww. Woo! Dang. Well, that was unfortunate. That's okay, though. So, let's go do some classic stuff that hasn't been done in a while. Like, let's go punch Gilgamesh. Nice. Do this a couple of times to make sure we get the achievement in. Well, sorry, not achievement, challenge log. That's what I meant to say. That still counts, though. I think I need one more, I believe it is, for the other one. Ooh! Heck yeah! There it is. Awesome. So we got that done. Let's go ahead and let's go back to the card square here. Let's register for the Triple Triad. Actually, I haven't played the card games in a long time. Pop. Do 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 do. Let's see what we got. Man, I have not played Triple Triad though in a long time. A spinner's bowl. Alright. Let's see. Oh my gosh, so many things. Okay. So, I forget, do I do it through here, or do I do it... Oh right, it's through the duty finder, I believe. Yeah, there it is. Battle Hall. Let's Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, I got you. Thanks, Cat. Alright, so we got some randos. I wonder if I could maybe play with some of them. Challenge the normal match. Huh. Normal match. Well, that's weird. I guess you have to play against NPCs? Hold on a sec. That's tournament regular keeper, hold assistant. Sign up for tournament matching. What? What is this? Oh. Okay, so that's how you do, that's how you do PvP card gaming. I see. Huh. Okay. So swap and 3 open. Well, let's start by... Let's start with this, actually. Let's see if we can bait something. Let's play a solid part there. By the way, the fact that I got their squall card is just absolutely amazing. Just not much else I could say to that. That's awesome. Well, I think this one's gonna probably end it. Yeah, it's going to end in a draw. Aw. Well, that's okay though. Yeah, so if you wanted to do the Triple Triad tournament stuff, talk to the hall assistant and they set you up for PvP registrations. That's really good to know. I thought you just had to manually talk to somebody. Let's see. Ooh, brutal. I got the Therian card. Oh man, that's savage. The best part is that they're going to be like, oh, is that my Therian or their Therian? There we go. Bum bum. Ba-ba-dum ba-dum ba-da-dum da-da-dum. Ooh. Well, I guess we are drawing it again. Okay. So definitely I would say this is the risk taking in playing against other people instead of playing it against the NPCs. Is the NPCs you eventually memorize their decks and their strategies, but random people, it's just you have no idea. I got the squall. I got the squall card. Hehehe. Oh, so I see you with that Matoya card. Good stuff. Okay. That card is actually just fine where it is right now. Let's go ahead and... Tough call, actually. We could clear that way, but I don't really like that. Let's go ahead and just drop the Lunar Bahamut there. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that. Okay, I'll be the first to admit I did not expect the Ishtola there. Let's see what we can get going here. Man. This swap and 3 open is difficult to deal with.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Right? Do 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 do. Nope, nothing there. Actually, let's go through here and see if there's any I don't have already. Other than the super expensive ones, I'm sure. Oh, wait. Oh. Valens Van Varo. Sure. Lunar Ifrit. Thal. Yeah, it's kind of cool to get these. Especially during a make a ring campaign. It makes it a lot more plausible to be able to get. Oof. Maybe someday Cloud Strife, but not this day. Alright, let's add some new cards to our collection. There we go. That was a pretty expensive venture, but I think it was worth it. Alright. Just waiting. Wait, what'd that say? I thought. Curious about where you stand in the ever-heated struggle for first place. Check your current ranking at any time simply by observing the ranking board in Card Square. Well, it's not particularly helpful when I'm standing in here. Let's see here. One of 15 low rarity, low rarity. Okay. Yeah, let's do 2 of these. Why not? Let's pull some cards. Gilgamesh and Enkidu, which I already had. And Brachiosaur, which I also already had. Alright. Let's see here. Well, let's see what statistically we're looking at here. Let's buy 9 because it says 1 of 9. So let's check this out. First up, Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Second up, Brachiosaur. Okay. Third up, Brachiosaur. Fourth up, Brachiosaur. Holy crap. Verdolfnir. Okay. Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Pippin, Tarpin. And we have so many dinosaurs. Include Regina. Alright. That did not pan out well at all, but that's how it goes with cards. There we go. Alright. So, I guess the battle hall is pretty dead right now. So, rather than sitting here waiting forever, let's go ahead and go down and do something else. First of all, let's see how we look on this. We have 1640 as the one to beat. And we have like 300, I believe, right now. That's okay. Let's go down to Chocobo Square. Square. Release the burbs. And those that are not burbs. Let's see. You know, I legitimately don't remember how my Chocobo looks or anything. It's been so long. Okay. Don't have the ability to do that. One sec. Gotta pull this up. Chocobo. Impact Orchid. Okay. Read 68. Purple the fell. Okay. Oh man, I am for real so far behind on this. Let's go with Luck as a Lady here. Let's do the Yojimbo barding. Yo! Here we go. Oh, I forgot to check. I don't have any training available, right? Training sessions available, 0. Okay, cool. Yep, let's get to it. Doo-doo-doo. Let's see here. Where are we at? Where are we at? There we go. The closest thing I have to a jockey's outfit. Oh, really? Oh man, I did not know. That's lame. Alright, I'll have to change it before the next one. Let's go! Oh my goodness, it has been so long. Oh, hey, there's another player in here. Nice. Yeah, it's been a long time. I'm pretty sure this is my, I think, 5th Chocobo. I think. I remember there was a time, probably like 2 years ago or something like that, where I was really into the idea of getting a maximum Chocobo. Let's see. Steering a Chocobo. It's rough sometimes. Dang. I forgot I had that ability. Oh, I can't use my item. Dang it. No, so close. Ah. Missing that one item hurt earlier. That's okay though. Nice. Ranked up, which means I can give it some gizzles. Or greens of some sort. Alright. Track and feed, or tack and feed trainer. Bleh. Alright. So I want to give for stamina, actually. Yeah, I think stamina is where it's at here. Alright. Always eat your greens, kids. Oh wait, there was a special event. Hold up. I'll be back for the next race after I do the next event. Let's see what we got here. What is the event? Oh. Did my race really take that long? Wow. Well, I guess I just missed out altogether on that one. That's fine. Let's get back to the chocobos. Alright, let's get back on it. You only have 2 minutes. Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't know why I was thinking it was 5 minutes to sign up, but no, you're right. It is 2 minutes. Alright, looks like we don't have any NPCs, or any PCs this time. It's just me and these guys. And gals. Alright, let's roll. Ooh. Nice. There's something really soothing about listening to the Chocobo music, even though it is a race. Let's see. Ooh, briar thorns. Okay. What? That was weird. I just went right through it and didn't get anything. Hehe. Ooh, a wild ducklet appears. Nice. Go to speed race, Hey, we're almost there. Let's go. No, no, you're so close. You're so close. No! Hold the line! Hold the line! Man. No, sorry, Cat. I wasn't able to catch the pole position. That's okay, though. I mean, I did get third, so that's not too bad. Okay, so got another level up. So let's keep putting things into the stamina, because I think that's a big deal here for when we need to win. There we go. Alright, off to the races! Oh, looks like there's going to be one other person on this one. Galaxy. Alright, let's see what we got. Oh, oh. Yeah. Get them people. Ah, no, I missed it. Yeah, I gotta learn how to use this mimic ability because I don't really understand it. I usually do a lot better with the more straightforward abilities. Let's see. See if I can get him to burn that stamina. If they burn the stamina, I might be able to win. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh no. Can I? I'm almost there. Almost. Let's go. Hey! Think you can copy an ability to just hit you? Maybe. Woohoo! Yeah, I noticed that it has a timer under it, so I think it's like it's a shield almost. Like the ability will hit me, but then I'll use it again automatically. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum. Huh. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that, Cat. I just realized that on this screen I actually don't have sound alerts set up. Might be. It's okay though. Bum, bum, ba-da-da-dum, bum, ba-da-da-dum, bum, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-dum. There you go. Alright, so we got endurance, I think one more endurance. What? Boost that one more time. And then we'll look into some of the other stats. Woo! Up by 11. Alright, let's get going. Alright. Alright. Off to the races we go! Looks like it is just me on the PC front. Buck and Bo running the fast lane. I got the devious tricks. Let's see if we can pop it on someone. Yeah. There we go. Briar Caltrop is an amazing item. It's so good. There we go. Give you that. Alright, let's pop Mimic and see if we get lucky here. See if somebody else pops at one of their abilities. No, no one. Oh. Well, it's always a guess. You never know. What the? Me and that item are cursed or something. Because what the heck? I swear I always go for that one and I somehow never end up getting it. There we go. No. Yes. Oh yeah, that's what was triggering. I keep forgetting that this Chocobo's inherent thing gives it a little bit back at the very end. We're almost there. Come on, come on. Come on, Impact. You got this. You got this. Pull it in. Woohoo! Alright, got another level. Yeah, thanks. Okay, what we got in the achievements it says we got here? Yeah, no, Lord of Verminion is awful. No thanks, never. Rating of 285. What even is, oops. Oh, I was on the right thing. There we go. Rating of 81. Oh boy. Okay, so I think we want to upgrade maximum speed this time. Yeah. There we go. I think it should balance out well. Yeah, from what I remember of Chocobo Racing, there's kind of a weird juxtaposition here. Because if your Chocobo has higher cunning, then that means that it's more agile in terms of dealing with course conditions and problems. But it usually also means that you want to have a better acceleration stat to match with it, so that you can dodge and then get back up to speed when you're avoiding stuff. But unfortunately, in the case of Impact Orchid, acceleration is actually its worst stat. So that means that if I'm trying to dodge something using the cunning, I dodge it, but then it takes me a while to get back up to speed. It's a bit problematic in that regard. Let's see. Big Incarnate. Ooh, we have 3 players in this one. We got a party going on up in here. Nope. Steer and clear. Do not want to lose my stamina to that. There you go. Whee! It's always the guessing game. When to use Mimic. Hedge Creeper is up to something. Go. Ooh. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. I may have just got. I'm trying to hold him off, but I don't think I can. Come on. Well, I can at least ensure my position, I guess. Nope. I got ruined. I think, did I actually get dead last? Nope, not dead last, okay. Still. Yeah, that is, in fact, a big oof. Alright, so back on... Yeah, back on the stamina. There we go. Alright. Actually... Wait, it's top of the hour. There should be an event going on. I wonder if I just missed the announcement for it. Let's see. Yep. There is, in fact, an event going on. Ah! Hut. Oh. Oh, they didn't load in first. Let's go, cliffhanger! Ooh. Ooh, I just beat the buzzer. And somebody is being super chaotic with their heart. No! Ah, I clipped the edge. Ah. I was right there. I definitely got to take note of the fact that when I'm streaming and playing this, that it definitely lags behind on some of the stuff. Like, it might look a little rough on the viewer side, but it's actually, I think, even rougher on my side. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's try this again. Made it. Nice. Woo! Got it. Also, I just gotta say, I appreciate the shows of dominance by these two Chad people. The true saviors we all need right here. Thanks, Cat. These two, though. Alright. With this on the screen, give me just a sec. I want to run and use the bathroom real quick. Be right back. Alright, and we are back. Let's go ahead. Where'd my mouse go? There it is. Alright, back to some chocobo racing. Whee! Okay. Alright, next race. Oh, me and Big Incarnate again, huh? Alright. Let's see what we can do. Get... Yeah. I feel oddly satisfied for that. Spiderwebs. Oh, I hate spiders. Let's see what we can do. Stamina's actually looking pretty good right now. No! No! Dang it. Well, at least it's only a little bit. It's such a looping song. I love it so much. Oh. This isn't really the item I wanted, to be honest, but fine, I suppose. No, I ran out of stamina at the very end. Oh, neck and neck. Oh, look at that. Pulled it out. Oh, that was close. Can't believe I pulled out second place on that one. I thought for sure that they got past me. Alright, another race, which means more... actually, hold on. Do I want stamina this time? Let me see, let me check. Highest possible status in cunning. And then endurance. Let me see. I need an explanation on these stats because I honestly don't remember. Let's see. What are the benefits of training each attribute? Okay. So, maximum speed, how quickly they run. Thanks, cat. Acceleration, how quickly they can get to max speed. Endurance, how long they can run before becoming exhausted. Stamina, how quickly their stamina drains. And cunning, how effectively they can navigate a course without slowing down. Okay. So, that being said, I think we should probably put more into endurance then. Just because I think if we can get it to not be in the lathered state as quickly, I think that'll help a lot. Okay. Let's get back on it. Do 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 do. All right. Luck be a lady, let's go. Let's get some more wins and make up all of that MGP that I spent earlier. Whew. Also, get a drink of water real quick there. Another brother. Oh boy. Everybody got these. Jeez. Oh man, there's so much stamina loss happening. Oh, that was awful. Go. Chocobo either. Nice. Gives me my mimic ability back. And maybe I'll get lucky and somebody will use an ability. I think Galaxy just got double Double Baka slaughtered. Dang. Savage. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, Hero Tonic. Nice. Do, do, do. Hero Tonic is amazing. But unfortunately, Galaxy is going to win before I get there. Man. Okay, it looks like next one will be to do top speed again. Alright, top speed. Yep. It's the one we want. I think I might change out the ability because Mimic doesn't seem to be very helpful. Let's see. So, Mimic. Repeats any ability or item used by a forerunning chocobo. Ooh, I kind of like that one. Let's see, chocobo re-raise 2. No. Breather, no. Actually, hold on. What does... Okay, so Hereditary is Mimic, and then I've got Chocobo re-raise 2. Oh, okay, so if it's a Hereditary ability, I don't think I can even get rid of it. Oh, that's a bit of a shame, I guess. Let's make sure. Choco Calm, no. Okay, those are all status ailment recoveries. Okay. Oh, wait. It's 15 after. It should be time for another gate. At least I think it's 15 after. I can't even remember if it's 15 after or 20 after. Well, let's check with the gatekeeper here and see. Oh, okay. It's in 5 minutes, so that's enough time for one race. Also, it's Leap of Faith. I may not do it just because I don't like Leap of Faith. Bit too annoying for me for the most part. Ooh. There's a person named Diamond. Let's see if we have somebody that sprints out. Okay. Nope. Okay, nobody used an ability, but I didn't get negatively impacted, so it's not all that bad, I don't think. Oh man, Crystal Waters is taking off here. Jeez. It's not very faithful. Oh man, I've had so many things that actually go right on this race. It'd be a real shame to lose this one. But I think we're en route to that. It's a bit unfortunate. Let's see here. Oh, got their stamina. I don't think I'll be able to break him in time. Maybe though. Maybe. Nope. Okay. I was like, man, that took a minute. Alright. So, let's get some more top speed going. What? What? Ah. Hello, computer? Whoa. Uh-huh. That was pretty crazy. Sorry for that sudden stutter there. An application just decided it was going to update randomly out of the blue and about took the whole stream with it, I think. Oh. Nope. Withdraw. Withdraw. How dare you give me a penalty for canceling on a race? You what, mate? Alright. Let's take the leap of faith. Frustration shall now ensue. Hello? 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 I'm waiting. Man. There must be a lot of people that all jammed in here at once. Oh, not much you can do but just to wait though, yes. Hey. Oh, okay. This is the not as bad leap of faith. This is, personally, I like this one the most. This is my favorite leap of faith. Mainly because if I fall, like I just did, it really doesn't take all that long to get back up and do it again. Not like the new Sylph lanes where it's like you mess up and then it's like a 30-second wait to get back in. I mean, sure, the jumps are a little bit tighter, but it's not that bad. Let's see. So it's also a lot easier on this one to be able to tell. No. Oh, that works out. It's also a lot easier to tell on this one when you're missing stuff too. There's only a few like particularly hidden ones. Woo! It's like, and this is why OSHA is a thing. Woo! Hey, okay. I can't see past you, Rothgar man. Oh, I hit my head. Dang. So it is, I will admit, a little on the glitchier side, though. It's kind of amazing at the hubbub of people. There you go. Whoop, almost there. Go. There you go. Nothing over there. Oh, I just realized I'm actually missing all the silver cactuars currently. There we go. Nope. Oh, I overshot. There we go. Yeah, even though this one is like insanely crowded with people right now, for some reason I'm having less issues dealing with this than the Sylphlands. I think it's because it's less ambiguity in things. I guess would be the way to say it. Also, it seems to be that there's a lot of whoops. Nope. There also seems to be a lot more places where you can catch a hidden spot, you know? Let's see here. Oh, man. Yeah. Nope. Okay. I think there really is just something about the verticality of this one that makes it feel not as intimidating as the super sprawling out stuff. Kind of really gives it more of a, oh, I messed up, but that's okay, I can still do this feeling. Go. Oh, what the? I clipped that edge. Dang it. I will say, you know, doing this on mouse and keyboard, I'm sure is in its own way more challenging than on controller, primarily because jumping is kind of a funky business, for a lack of a better way to say it. you go. I gotta admit, Kat, you mentioned it earlier about is there a way to limit the number of players? And I really wish there was, because the chaos is just so choppy. It's so hard to see past all these people. Nope. Let's see here. Plus, not to mention, there's part of me that's just like, how are there still so many people that have not completed it? Or are they like messing with people by coming back in or something, you know? There we go. Huh. Oh, I couldn't even tell that platform was there till just now. There's always people in there. Man. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Oh, no. Cannot jump high enough for that. Pain. Ah, jeez. There we go. What? There you go. You know, sound design is driving me crazy because I can hear the things above me. Alright. Hop. Hop. That doesn't want to go anywhere, so. Hop. Woo! Okay. Hop. No! Oh, whoa. Well, I could have gone worse, but. There we go. Long jumps. Long jumps. Long jumps. Long jumps. Long jump silvers. There we go. Oh. Lots of people and I can't see this walking plank in front of me. Yeah. We're getting into dangerous territory here. Woo! 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 I don't even know how I made that jump. It didn't even look like I made it. You know, not gonna question it. Hell yeah. I made it! Woo! I don't even care that I didn't get it all. Enjoying for the entire minutes the gate is up. Some of those people may have just started. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Woohoo! Yes, I saw the gold one. I did not see the second or the third silver. I don't care. I managed to complete it. Good enough. Yatta! Wait a minute. I heard that one. I wonder why I didn't hear the epic sax earlier. Weird. Let's see what we got. Oh my goodness, I can hear the rain. Yeesh. Do 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 do. Warp speed. That's funny. Okay, that's too funny. We all just or two people did the Briar Caltrop at the same time that I did Mimic, so I did a Briar Caltrop, and then we all just got messed up for it. Yeah, Epic Sax I guess is broken, because I just can't hear it. Although the game did get really loud for a second there. Hug corners. Gotta beat the silly rabbit. And show them that tricks are not, in fact, just for kids. Again, close to the end here. Oh dear. Okay. Oh. Oh no. Oh, that's an oof. I mean, I still got first, but oof. Plus side is everybody else gets hit by it too. Almost everybody. The person that dropped it doesn't. So that person could make strategic moves, depending. Alright, we'll go with more stamina. Yep, that is good. Alright. So what is my Choco's ranking? 98. Okay. This will be the last race I think that it'll be able to get in this particular bracket, and then it has to go up a bracket. Let's see. Oh, it's warp speed again. Let's see. Wait and see. Who's going to use the item? Huh. No one, huh? That's a bit surprising. go. Uncontrollable circumstances, I'm coming for you. Let's see, what we got? Oh, you skipped on it. Man, I was hoping he was gonna grab that item. Oh man, I think he might have me just based on... Oh. Maybe. Might pull it ahead. Let's go! All the way. Woo! What a good bro. Even though he was trying to sabotage me, he actually just helped me cross the line faster. Yatta! Do-do! Rank 20. A WinRAR is you. Indeed. Alright, it's been a while since we've put anything into cunning, so let's go and do that. Because cunning is the best stat that this chocobo has. Like, well, okay, it's not the best stat they have, literally, but capacity-wise. Although, I guess after using this, it is their best stat. Right. Oh. Withdraw. Don't want to get a punishment again for that. No Batsu games. Alright, what we got on the agenda this time? Oh, Slice is right. Alright. Oh, right. I need to do the fashion report thingy. I might take a little bit of work to get done, but I need to do that so I can get a whole bunch of MGP. Also, that is in fact a golden rabbit jumping around. What a cute outfit for doing this. So doing the bee's knees, just waiting. Da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. All right. I love this song so much. It's so good. Oh, I'm getting some really sketchy lag here. Woo! Okay. Well, it wasn't internet lag, it was performance lag. Money, money, money! I said doggo, doggo, doggo! Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Got the money. Oh, get out of there. Woo! You just watch all the people just fly. Whoop, don't want to be standing there. That should be fun right here, actually. Yeah. Back going out. Yep. 3, yeah. Actually find right here. Yeah. Now we talking. Woohoo! Epic. And this cup. Come on. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Hey! Woohoo! There we go. Good right here. Good here. Oh, there's 4 now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, steps away. What is this? The steps of faith? Because it sure feels like it. Woo! Holy cow! I actually completed this. Hey! Thanks, Number Chili. Thanks you. Yeah, I'm all excited now. Thank you so much, Ara. Y'all came in at the perfect time. I literally have never completed that before. That is amazing. Thank you so much. Oh man. That was so cool. Also, I just gotta zoom in real quick. And let me go ahead and give a shout out to Aura. Make sure I can do this correctly. It's been a bit. There we go. That should do it, I think. Right? Nice. There we go. Make sure you go check out Aurora. She is a super, super sweet and awesome streamer. She's always funny, always fun to be around. And you know what? Even though she has some difficulties in life, she never lets it keep her down. And I love that about her. And from my character to you, this is what I have to say. You're awesome, Aura. Thank you. Alright, so we are doing the Let's Make It Rain campaign for FF14, where we get double MGP for doing stuff. We were in the middle of doing Chocobo Racing earlier, and that's what we're going to go back to. No, you know you. I need to get an emote of that just for you, because you're so sweet. Let's go and check out go get my impact orchid and get her rolling here. So just to brief everybody though, like I said, we're doing MGP stuff. We're doing the gold saucer and all the fun mini games. We're doing all the mini games, and along the way we're trying to make a bunch so we can get some cool mounts. Let's see here. Let's see if I can do this on here or if I can do it somewhere else. Sorry if I'm a little bit rusty here. Let's see. No, it is through that. While we wait on this, let me go ahead and pull something up real quick. Something that needs to be done. Right now I'd have to look. I think I'm missing the Archon chair, which is, I know, one of the easier ones to get. But I think that's a more attainable one probably to get. Let's see here. Alright. We're off to the races with Premium Gissel. Looks like it's another PC character. Let's see if we can beat him out with Impact Orchid. So you chocobo either, okay. That's a good ability to have. No, no, no. You're going to steal my thing. You stole my thing. That's okay. We've got Mimic up. Yeah, the pod is cool. I definitely got the pod day one. I love the Nier stuff so much. I'm a little sad that the outfit doesn't look great on Alala, but that's okay though. There's so much other cool stuff, I'm not going to complain too hard. But yeah, honestly, I would love to get like the 4 million MGP mount, but I know that is a mile and a half away. So I'll just be happy with what gains I can make, you know? Let's see if I can get some luck going here. Spiderweb, nah, that's not particularly great. But it's better than nothing, I guess. Hey. You know, me and that particular treasure box have got a beef, I guess, because I'm not even kidding. Every time that I've tried to use that one, I get screwed over on it. And it just ends up like, nope, you didn't go here. It's like, what the heck? Let's see here. Ooh, we're getting close here. Last quarter of the race. Can we pull it through? By the way, if you're still here, Aura and Umbra, just want to let you guys know, as soon as I'm done with the race here, I wanted to see if I can't give you guys VIP rolls, because you're too awesome. You deserve it. Also, I didn't deserve that. That was pain and suffering. I got Mandragored. Sag. Because you're awesome. That's why. Let me see here. I saw the fact that you came over and followed me the other day, and I really appreciate it. You didn't have to, and I think you're amazing for that. Let's see. Nope. Gotta finish putting the rest of it. There it is. There we go. Alrighty. Well, I didn't level up on that race, but that's okay. I'm really not even exaggerating when I say this. The fact that you guys were kind enough to come over for this just now should be enough to give me affiliate, and I really can't stress how amazing that is. In fact, just to give you guys a preview since you're here, let me show you some of the emotes that will be coming out as soon as I do have it. I love these emotes so much, and I can't wait to be able to just use them and show them to everybody else, you know? Oh, and then also, my personal favorite one. Nope. I missed the letter. There we go. That one. I have been wanting to use these in a normal chat for so long now, but I've been stuck having to use either Frank or Z when I'm streaming, or just using them like crazy on Twitter to show my love. Slowly but surely, you're right. And again, I can't stress it enough. I know that a lot about Twitch is, you know, luck and having to be in the right place at the right time. But the fact that you guys are willing to put faith in me, especially Aura, and trust me with her audience, I really can't stress it enough. I really, really appreciate that. Because you guys are amazing. I mean, there's not really a because to that. I like that we get to show love to each other in community like this. And also, just to do a little bit of a spoiler reveal, I also have a new model that's in the works right now, and I can't show anything for it yet because it's not done, and I want it to be a big, cool thing, but I'm very excited that I'll be able to show that off and, along with some new emotes later. My stuff phone, dude. I'm stuck in Crystal Tower. Oh, that's rough. Oh, I get it, Umbra. I get it. By the way, just make sure, is Umbra okay? I know that I've been calling you that just kind of out of instinct, but if you want to be called by something else, please let me know, okay? Yee. Okay. Let's see if I can steal somebody's ability here. Oh, it didn't work. Nope, not this time. But yeah, new emote coming up, and I just have so many things that I want to do in the future, and you know, making affiliate on Twitch is definitely a big part of it because I just want to be able to showcase other people, you know? I like me, I'm definitely one of those people that I like the idea of giving my money to hardworking artists and then be able to showcase it to others. It's not even about like an ego trip. It's about a check out these really cool people over here. They're amazing kind of thing. No, 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 no. You stay away from me with that. Nope, nope, nope. Woo! That's close. Aw, I didn't get an item. Well. Sadly, I guess this is what happens. I need to up my stamina because I am now in the bigger leagues. Impact just made it into the next rank of races. So that's a little bit on the rougher side. But, room to grow. Also, I want to say to all of y'all that are hanging out and just lurking about, I really appreciate you being here too. You guys are amazing. And never let anyone say different, okay? I too love to lurk, and you are showing so much support just by that. Just by being here. And let it be known too, since I didn't really do a proper shout out for it, this is actually my first time trying 14 on my stream. I usually am playing like Ender Lilies, which I love, and I'm playing tomorrow. Or I'm doing art, which I'm not good at, but I want to get better. And, you know, I'd love to do collaborative stuff like that. But this is my first time trying 14, and if it goes well, you know, there's plans in the future that I might actually decide to do a new character and start from the beginning. Just for people that are not up to speed on the 11-year story. Because I gotta say, I've been playing this game for over 10 years now. I actually played it in the original form that it came in. And it is an amazing story, and it has only gotten better over time. And I haven't played any of the improvements they've done, so I'm excited to see how many of those improvements are and how good they are. I'm glad you think so, Umbrella. I hope that it'll live up to expectations. And as much as it breaks my heart, I won't play a Lalafell this time because I've been a Lalafell for all 12, 11 years, however long it's been that I've been playing this game. And I love my Lala, but I'll give another race a shot just to be equality and all that good stuff. Can't be a lawless supremacist all the time, I guess. Although honestly, I would say right off the bat, would not be a Rothgar or a bunny girl, just because they don't get to wear hats, and I'm a hat person. Hey, yours can be cool too. And Kat, you're not wrong. You really are not wrong. Making a Mikote might be what I do. We'll see. Although to know, with all the, like I said, with all the changes that they've made over time, it might actually be really cool to go through as a here, just because it kind of matches up a little bit better with other stuff, you know? Don't want to spoil anything for anybody that hasn't seen, but being a here and then dealing with your counterparts would be kind of cool, I think. Also, I got robbed just now. That was a lot of stamina I lost. Oh, and I was going to say, no need to tell if you don't want to, but I will say that this character is on Ultros. If people in the chat that play the game or anybody that I come across plays it, and you guys would want me to start a character on your particular server, just let me know. Exodus peeps? Okay. I want to use my item. Aw. I'm silenced forever. This is not cool, man. Why y'all gotta be so cruel? Nope, nope, nope. Woo! Dodge the bullet. Dodge the bullet. But yeah, I mean, I would totally love to be able to make some new friends on another server. Because, you know, it's always fun. To the end. Oh. Oh. Woo! Lucky. Ah, man, that was crazy. But yeah, I think, check me out on my Twitter sometime, though. And I think I'll probably put up a poll at some point. Oh. You know, I am silly. I forgot about this command. So sorry. Completely optional to y'all. It's kind of bare bones right now, but I have a Discord that I'm actually putting up where the main thing right now is come and hang out if you want. Chat with some of my other community that's building up. One thing I'm actually proud of that I like on there is I actually created a new role called the Support Squad. Totally optional. But the Support Squad role actually makes it to where when I'm not streaming, you can get notifications for a bunch of other streamers that I follow that I think are amazing people. So if you're ever looking for something to watch and you don't really know who you want to watch, you can always just look at my Discord and you can see some neat people. Among them, of course, I have Aura in there, I have Neko Ella, I have Reese, or Riss TV, and many others, actually. I try not to base it based off of just numbers or size or any of that stuff, but more like the people that I really have a lot of fun hanging out with, you know? Let's see here. Also, just as a secret side note, a lot of the times it works a whole lot better than Twitch's unreliable notifications. Just saying. I'm pretty sure about half of the time I get my Discord notifications from Pingcord way before Twitch ever sends it. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this about my design. If anybody was curious with my layout here, the chat box is actually Honkai Star Rail themed. I'd have to track it down again, but I actually found somebody that did a custom chat box that's in the overlay. So it shows your icon and it shows most of the chat messages aren't like exclamation command stuff. I do like to play Honkai Star Rail. I am not particularly great at keeping up on it, but I do enjoy playing the game. I'm a big sci-fi person, and it's a lot of fun. Dang it, Shepherd's Pie, get off of me. Get. Why you gotta be like this? There. Nope. Nope. Oh man, I just got double whammied. This race is probably over for me, but let's see what we got. Shoot pie, get off of me. Cat's got the right of it. Be over here like, rides the shoe pie. And I'm like, no, go away. Oh man. Yeah, random Final Fantasy X reference, am I right? That's another thing too. I do also have a YouTube channel that I'm working on. It's still in its infancy. I haven't really figured out what all I want to do yet with it. A lot of my VODs are going up there, and I'm learning how to do like YouTube shorts and stuff like that. Those will be coming in the future. Who knows, maybe in the future I might do a Final Fantasy X playthrough, but honestly that would take a lot of playtime and then a lot of editing unless I did it live. Because there's a lot of grind. Yeah. Yeah, Subnautica. Every Monday on YouTube Live, I'm actually doing Subnautica streams. First time playing the game completely blind to it, and it has been a ton of fun so far. I've had a lot of fun playing it. Let's see here. You know, I just realized one thing I don't have in my setup is I do not have a command for all of my socials. That is objectively a failure on my part. Oh, geez. Well, let's see here. I guess I could type them out real quick, and I'll pin it. Again, most of my socials, though, just are in their infancy stage yet. I haven't done a whole lot with, but let's see here. Got TikTok and Instagram. Got that one in there. Got my Twitter, of course, which is... How dare you autocorrect me? Evil browser. There we go. And YouTube. Wait. Actually, you know what? I'll keep the YouTube one out of here for now. That's fine. These are my socials that I work with. Go. Clear that. Clear that. There we go. Yeah, most of them are just starting out stuff. I don't have a whole lot of content, but you know, it's funny to say this on a day where I get raided by a lot of people, but maybe it's not so bad having these built up since Twitter was trying to die earlier. Or I don't know, is it still actively dying? I'm not sure. Let's see, let's get some speed blend. Gotta go fast. Go ahead and do this. There we go. Actually, you know what? How much MGP do I have right now? 187,000. That's... Wait a minute. I know, that was the jumbo cap, but... Let's actually go see what we've got over at the prize exchange real quick. Maybe we can get something cool. It's, oh, there's a... Oh, cliffhanger's out. Heck yeah. Charge! Run with my little legs. Here we go. Let's see if we can do this. Gotta save the chocobo. Whoop. Whoop. Gotta jump. Gotta jump. No, 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 no. No. Ah. They got me. I've been got. Hey, get off there. There we go. Okay. That's another thing, you know, the gold saucer is so much fun. I've been, like I said, I've been playing the game for a long time, but this music almost never gets old. There we go. Jump it away. There we go. Alright. Subtle jumps. Baby jumps. There we go. Baby jump. Yeah. There we go. Woohoo! I started 14 last year. That's great. How are you liking it so far? I know that there's, again, it's a really long story and everything, but I'm glad that they keep making improvements to it to make it more user-friendly as we go along. Because the days of, especially the main scenario back at near the end of like the level 50 part was absolutely terrible. But now it's actually a lot of fun and it's a whole lot more efficient than it used to be. So I'm glad that you get to be here and enjoy it when it's in an even more impressive state than it used to be, you know? Let's see here. All caught up with the story? Heck yeah. It's actually funny because if you're all caught up with the story, you are actually farther along than I am. I have not completed the latest patch yet. Mainly because I'm coming back from a bit of a hiatus. Oh yeah. The post-Rome Reborn woes. Oh yeah. Let me say, as somebody that's actually a white mage main, that was awful. But we're better now. Let me put on one of my better outfits here. Let's see. No. Oh. This is actually probably one of my favorite outfits for my machinist class right here. My best Emmett Selk impression. Complete with machinist goggles, of course. Oh yeah, my Island Sanctuary outfit. Let's see. That's for when I go out clubbing and chilling out with some people. I guess I don't really have a better white mage outfit right now. I'm kind of in between on them. This one's fine. Put my hat back on though. That, I've been insulted. Need to fix that. Nope. There. Proper headgear. There we go. Also, I love this staff so much. It's always so glowy. This is the Titania staff. But, anywho though, let's get back to racing some chocobos for now. Oh wait, I lost track of what I was doing because I came in and did the chocobo trick. Prizes! What we got? Cagpot Broker, prize claim. Let's see. We got Orchestrians, which I actually have a lot of already. Nothing really interesting there. Exchange 3. Okay. So, The throne is 750,000. While the proportions are... Oh, thank you for the compliment on the glamours. While the proportions are so cute, but can be challenging to make outfits around from time to time due to the small sizes. Yes. If there's one thing that I have learned doing different glams for my character, it's that shoes are basically optional. Because almost never are did the shoes like look correctly. It's really kind of disappointing. But yeah, it's okay though. I like my cute, adorable self. I'm okay with that. Yeah, Lalafell legs are just built differently, literally. Also, I like pointing this out to Kat when we play together. But as a Lalafell, I've got a special place I can go to, and the first that she can't go to, dwarf supremacy. But we've been playing the game together for a long time now, and she was so indescribably mad about that when we came across that. Olafin was streaming it in Discord, and when he went in there, he was like, "Oh my god, I don't believe it, I'm finally home." Truth. Oh, spoken true right there. Finally, people that understand us. Aw. No other players this time, just me and a bunch of NPCs. It means I have a better chance of winning. Honestly, probably not. You punk! How dare! You stole my item. Ah, my goodness. But yeah, 14 has been something I've been playing for so long. I've been playing since the PS3 days. And you know, even before that, I actually played in 1.0 for a little while. But I'm definitely here to tell you that you didn't miss much if you didn't play 1.0. It was terrible. Terrible. I know this may sound crazy to hear, but imagine playing Bard or Archer and then not being allowed to move between shots of your bow. Yeah, Archer was concentration for all the things it did. So if you were doing a regular shot, because... Oh, hey, welcome in, Furihime. Yeah, just imagine though, there's no auto attack. So when you shoot your shot, literally, you have to stop and hit the 1 key and then wait. Oh. Hey, thank you for the first time chat, Ava Cat Bird. Am I saying that correctly? Also, I am so doomed. Oh no. I was looking at the chat and I hit literally every landmine. Woo! Never mind, I somehow still won. Let's go! Well, that was an unexpected win. I will take it though. Let's go. I credit you, Furihime, and you, Ava Cat Bird. It was your luck that pushed me across there. But yeah, no lie, it was really bad back in the day. One of the funniest things that nobody believes about 1.0 is if you started in Gridania in the wood area, your zone that you leveled up in is literally a certain sized map copy pasted like 100 times. There was absolutely no defining characteristics to it at all. It looked like a really bad Minecraft map almost from when viewed from above. It was honestly hilarious and awful at the same time. Let's see. No, not that one. Get some speed. More speed. Yeah. I really can't emphasize this enough, okay? I was playing all the shrouds look the same. Yes. Yes. You had the same like 5 trees and rock formations across the entirety of the shroud. It was... I'll say this though. I don't know actually how bad that was because I didn't even get that far. I started the game, I picked up a Here and picked up Archer, and I literally got a little bit past Mother Miones because that was still there. I got a little bit past Mother Miones, and then I was like, I'm out. There, that little, you know, that sloping ramp that goes from the Aetherite Plaza over to Mother Miones' place? Imagine going to the Aetherite and then being like, hey, I want to jump. I just want to jump because I like jumping. I've been playing World of Warcraft and discovering you can't jump. You have to walk all the way from the Aetherite to Mother Mione's place with the inability to sprint until you learned it or to jump. That just wasn't even programmed in the game. It was so bad. The first time that I went to go kill something and realized I had to stand still to shoot it, I was checked out of the game. I was like, nope, I'm going back to World of Warcraft. This is terrible. But to their credit, though, they sent me a thing. Yeah. To their credit, though, they did send me an email along with a ton of other people when the end of an era, the big ending to the first era happened. They sent a thing, they're like, hey, please come back and play our game for like, I don't know, 10 minutes or something, just please. And I was like, oh, sure, why not? You guys, I'm not paying for this. I'll get like 10 minutes or whatever, it's fine. And then I actually got to play for a little bit of the time that the ending events were happening, and I was just completely blown away by how much love and care had gone into the game in that short amount of time. Yeah, it really is. It is the success story. I am a Meteor Survivor. I'm not sure what entirely what happened to it. I think I gave it to a retainer, but I actually do have the Meteor Survivor ring somewhere or other. You know, I'm trying to remember because I had a different character name back then. I think I was in it, but I couldn't tell you for certain, and I don't want to be disingenuous about that. Aw. I thought they were in front of me. Yeah, I don't want to be disingenuous and say that you could find me in the credits, because Katya is a new character that started with The Realm Reborn, but it had the legacy holdover. It was weird. Like, at the time that I was creating this character initially, they wanted to put me on a legacy server, but the thing is that I didn't play the game enough to make it worth being on a legacy server, because if you went to a legacy server, you were allowed to keep X amount of your gil and your items and stuff within reason, but it also meant that you were playing with players that actually liked the old game and were like multi-gillionaires, and the market and everything, it just wasn't worth it for somebody that played the game for like an hour. I think it was an hour. It wasn't worth it for me to go play with the people that were figuratively the whales. So I just started a new character on this and got the things that came with, you know, the recognition that I was part of it, but I didn't keep all the stuff. So it's fine though. I I gotta say too, I'm somebody played Skyrim for like hundreds of hours across multiple platforms, and never, oh, yes, I don't have one, and never have I spent as much time in a character creator as I did making Katya. I adore my character. I can't say that enough. I spent like 3.5 hours going through and making this character. And now she's changed over time, of course, but there's so much about like the eyes and the hair and everything. I just spent so much time just entranced by it. So she's precious to me. She's a character that I wouldn't give up. And I have Fantasia to try other stuff, but Cat? That is probably one of the worst autocorrects. Cat, are you okay? Would you like to have a confession with your Lord and Savior Emmett Sulk? No. There are no accidents. Yeah, Warrior of Light, loving syndrome is a real thing. I agree with you. There are several people I know that they spend a lot of time doing like glamour shots and everything. What is that icon, Cat? Where do you even get half of these? Oh my goodness. That is about the pain I imagine you're feeling after that typo, though. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I mean, 14 just has, there's so much love and care into not just how you create your character. Hey, there is no judgment here, Umbra. I get it. My old laptop, back when I had a Windows one before it died on me, I actually also did a lot of screenshots and stuff like that. So I get it, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, like I said, I totally understand the Warrior Light loving syndrome thing, though, because especially in Stormblood, in the Azim Steppes, I took so many screenshots and videos of being out there on the steppe and just listening to the music and just the atmosphere of it all, you know? Woohoo! I think I found the secret sauce here. I am on a roll suddenly. I want to credit that to you guys in the chat. You guys are giving my Chocobo extra power through me, and I appreciate it. When we first got there, we said it kind of reminded us of a Monster Hunter location. Yeah, it really did. Aw, too sweet. You guys really are sweet. Yeah, it really did remind me a lot of Monster Hunter. Yes. Oh my goodness. Taking pictures in the Tempest and Azim Steppe. You know, in Stormblood, as divided as some people are with it, I think perhaps the most disappointing thing to it for me was the fact that you had really excellent locations and music, and then sometimes you just didn't have a good delivery on it. And that's a shame. It's cool being around people that have been around since the dark ages of the game. Oof. Yeah, you're not wrong. I always say oof because I'm like, it really was that long ago, but also after finishing Endwalker's main story, it really has been that long, and I don't regret it, you know? That's one of the things. It's like, I've been on a little bit of a break, and that's fine. you take your time with this game. Yoshi P himself has said it hundreds of times to enjoy the game at the pace you want. But like, I took a break after 6.0 because it just felt like a huge chapter of my life was not complete, but the book was closed, waiting for the next volume, as it were. And I was just like, at the end of Endwalker's story, I'm like, you know what? Pause. I feel satisfied with this. I love how this ended. And then I took a break for a little while, and then I started coming back, And I legitimately can't think of another game that I have ever had that kind of connection to. I had Whiplash once I finished Endwalker, and I thought to myself, damn, I really went through a year's worth of content, or 8 years worth of content in just a year. Yeah, that's the thing. Too many tears? Oh yeah. Good thing this robot is waterproof, or I might have short-circuited during that. That was rough. The stairway to heaven was real. Still, so much I haven't done yet. I know. I will say, I think in recent times, maybe the only thing that I'm mildly disappointed in, but not really, is how the Void has been treated. Because I literally thought with the completion of the role quests and all that stuff, you get this big lead-in that I'm just like, my brain's going 100 miles a minute. Oh my goodness. Do you mean that we might actually get to establish a base on another shard? That's amazing. But then they're like, not really. Let's see. It's the only MMO I've ever finished or dedicated myself to. That is valid. If there, seriously, if there is one that you were to stick to, I couldn't blame you at all for picking this one. Maybe the same for another time. Yeah. Regarding Star Wars: The Old Republic, it's a game that I feel like I just missed the window on. Like, I was playing World of Warcraft, and then I tried this game, and then I was like, I just kind of kept going between those two, and then Final Fantasy XI a little bit, So maybe I just missed The Old Republic, but someday I might have time to check it out. I don't know, but right now I've got my hands full. Okay, so as somebody that has played, even to my abysmal admission, I've played the 13 series through, and even though it was my favorite, I did play it. I love the full references to the moon, pun intended, and back. Yeah, City of Heroes. That was one that you've told me about, Kat, and I've heard a lot about. But again, it was like I just missed it. And I'm sad that I missed it because it sounded like it had a lot of promise behind it. By the way, if we're talking about Final Fantasy IV stuff, I will say I don't think I've ever had so much simple joy as when we go to the moon and we get to hear the music with the Laportes. Just that. I just sat there for a while and I was just like, oh my god. Yes. All of my yes. And then I was standing there and I'm like, a monster happened to come across me, right? Because I thought I was out of the way, but I wasn't. This monster comes up to me and engages me in combat, and I'm just like, oh, you're about to get obliterated. And then I heard the combat music, and I'm like, never mind. Thank you, kind sir. I shall now duel you for the pleasure of this music. You're amazing. It was just like unexpected, and I'm like, okay. I was mad, and I am instantly not mad. But I gotta give the game a lump because there is one thing I am mad about, and I don't think it'll ever get fixed. The Lunar Whale Mount. I pre-ordered the thing for Digital Fan Fest because I'm never going to get to go see a live one, and it was COVID and all that good stuff, or bad stuff. So I was like, oh, they're throwing a mountain? Why, yes, please. I'll do that. It's such a shallow mount, though. I'm so sad by it, because, like, it's cool that it's an 8-person mount. The fact that you can drop shit people like that, that's cool. But the fact that the mount has literally no substance, that's not cool. It is just a shell. And I was really disappointed in that, to be honest with you. Yeah, unfortunately, it is very much a... Here's a bonus item that we didn't put a lot of effort into, you know? It has this cool thing it does, but that's all it's for. And that sucks. But you know what? Even a game like this, it's okay to have a few things that mess up. It's not that big of a deal. But it's just important to always keep things in perspective, you know? Not always is a game 100% all the time. And that's fine. Yeah, the thing that I imagined when they talked about the lunar whale mount was the idea of, imagine the death claw. The thing that it daintily holds you by the scruff of your neck, and it's really cute and funny. Now imagine something that's like the whale size, except it has those kind of grapples, and you look at it, and it's daintily holding... Oops. Oh, okay. It's daintily holding all 8 people. That would have been really neat. But, okay. I didn't want that item anyway. Thanks, guys. But it's okay, though. Like I said, one mount compared to how many great mounts are in this game, it's not a big deal. It really isn't. I'm very happy with all the mounts I have. Although some of them are definitely harder to get than others. That's why I don't care for the blackjack mount. You can't see your character. Okay, refresh my memory. The blackjack one, that's based off of the Final Fantasy VI airship. I don't know if I have that one. The chocobo carriage is way better. I agree. Now, well, I know the blackjack from Final Fantasy VI, and I think that's what it is based on. Okay, let's go look at that, because I don't think I have that one, and I just want to check on that. Yeah, the chocobo carriage. Here's my complaint with it. It is really coolly designed, but it almost has the opposite problem of where, because it's so big and drawn out, the camera doesn't really know what to do sometimes. It is very well detailed, though. I do like it. Let's see here. Let's go back and look at the blackjack. Again, like 98% sure I don't have it, but let's check. Let's check. Let's see. I think it's under... Is it 3? Blackjack. Holy cow. Yeah, I definitely don't have that one. Oh, man. I wish your friend luck. That's going to take a long time to get to. A really long time. Even under the Make It Rain campaign, that is nuts. Ooh. They have new... Do they have new hairstyles that I don't have? Nope. Nope, I have all these. Oh. Actually don't have these. Slash draw and sheath. Nah. It's a pod. Oh. That's something I don't have out right now. Let's pull out a minion to have with. I've got my adventure baskets. Oh. So, just to showcase this, by the way, from the Make It Rain campaign. This is the minion that you get for completing the current one. You get the super adorable wind-up Godbert. Now I remember Kat and I were talking about this earlier, and she was disappointed that it has a shirt, because Godbert, if anybody that's played knows, most of the time he doesn't have a shirt on. But then I countered with, well, maybe he's just like a Build-A-Bear, and you can dress him up and undress him as you want. Let's see. Let me change something real fast here. Let's change my title to Mammoteer. Here we go. Now I should be able to interact. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that cat. He does go. He does go shirtless. Let's see. Was it /snack, I think? No. Dang it. There was like a secret Mammoteer command. Hold on. I gotta look this up here. Mammoteer command FF14. Yeah, the Godbird is almost life-size to me. Handover. That's what it was. Godbird, where'd you go, buddy? Stop flexing for a second. There. Take a snack. Also, hey. Hey. Don't you walk away from me. I'm here to pet you. Oh. No? Okay, so handover works for him, but the other one doesn't. I'm still in Heaven's Word, Hildebrand, and I'm loving it. Oh my goodness, yes. Yeah. I don't want to spoil anything accidentally, but I will say that the Final Fantasy IX reference and the way they use it is fantastic. It is so adorable. And also, no spoilers, but I just want you to know this for you. Maybe this is something to look forward to. When you complete the Heaven's Word Hildebrand quest, there is an actual change in Idleshire that is forever changed, showing your proof of completing it. It is cute, it is adorable, and I can't wait for you to see it when you're done. No, it's not a no boy. It's actually a good one. It's... Ooh, hey, Leap of Faith. Oh dear. Well, this is where things may come to an end, because I am awful at Leap of Faith. I am so bad at this. Don't wish it on me. No, Umbrella, don't curse me. Okay, to be fair, I've only done the Sylphlands like twice, but I hate it. Consider, I am a Lullafell. I am literally shorter than the grass in that place. Literally shorter. It's like I'm playing Metal Gear Solid on sneak mode where I'm crouching in the grass. But I will give it my all, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's a funny thing you say that, because Kat and I were talking about this earlier. I got the original Leap of Faith earlier, and I'm like, oh, this one's actually not bad. This one's pretty easy, because it's just mainly vertical, right? And it's just a bunch of little tiny jumps for the most part. And I was like, this will be fine. And then I realized a couple of things. The first one, I'm streaming, which means my hardware goes to crap. No, maybe not to crap. That's a bit exaggerating, but frame rate gets real choppy. So that was challenging. And then, like you said, oh, there's only like 30 people on this little tiny 5-foot long platform. Yep. Yeah. It's a rough time. No. Yeah, I'm gonna hydrate real quick. This is a long one. I'm just gonna take a second and acknowledge my fate, and then go on. Let's see. Whoop. Whoop. Almost too far. There we go. There we go. Whew. You know what? It's actually pretty close to the entrance. If I fall on this, it's not that big a deal. Hey, give it to me. Cool. Yay! Wait. Oh my god. There are literally so many people here that things aren't spawning. Of course, I've also not done Golden Saucer for months. That is very valid. Like I said, I've come back to the game recently myself after a hiatus. And, yeah. Give it. Give it. Okay. Pinecone jumping. This will be fun. Okay. Okay. Move. Can't see. Wow. I know I'm jinxing myself and I am going to ruin myself with this. But I am actually doing better right now on this Leap of Faith than I did on the other one. Keep trying to focus my attention on the Tales of the Kingdom. I hear the whispers, pray return to making sense. Oh, let me just say that you were fortunate if you've come back in the last however many years, because you do not know the waking sands as they once were. So I still feel you, but it was much, much, much worse back in the day. I'm glad it's not the same anymore though, because I seriously would rather just forget those traumatizing memories and never think of them again. Let's see here. Okay. Huh. You know, good to know there, cat. It was worse, you know. Yeah. It genuinely was worse, but I will say this though. The Pray the Return to the Waking Sands meme, it was awful, but in some parts of it at least, it actually was some of the best storytelling that A Realm Reborn had to offer. In some parts. Not all. And, you know, respect for not throwing everything out, so to say. Also, that was close. I almost lost it. Woohoo! Jump. Jump. Man, I'm looking good on this run. So, like 8 vouchers until we're back to it. Oh, no. No. You talk about the vouchers? I want to invite you to hear the tale of a time when there were no vouchers. There was only you using your guild to do it. And worse, it wasn't you using your guild to get back to the Waking Sands. It was you using your guild to get back to Horizon and then having to ride your chocobo, if you had one, all the way back over there. It was, yeah. Internal screaming is right. So, that is one of thousands, and I mean quite literally thousands, of improvements that have happened to this game over its time. And I'm very proud of the fact that they have acknowledged and fixed these things. Oh. Going for the gold. Let's go. Woo! Woo. That was close. Yeah. No pressure jumping. No pressure jumping. Don't you pressure me, timer. How dare. Holy cow. You guys in the chat, I swear, you are the energy. I can't even describe it. I struggled so hard and failed to even complete this before. And I just got all of it on the first run? Y'all are amazing. Oh my god. Also, that MGP. Double oh my god. Wow. Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit sweaty. There were some nerves going there. But you guys and your encouragement, you really are amazing for it. There is always something just so much more special about being able to play with friends and people you're getting to know, you know? Whew. That was stressful. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. Let me adjust one thing real fast here. I need to figure out a better setup for my screens. It does. Like, not that I'm one to really call this kind of thing out, but I can't believe that I'm actually almost 3 hours into a stream right now. Like, I fully anticipated that I would probably do the gold saucer for like an hour or two, maybe, and then just get bored of it and then either move on to something else or go work on other content, you know, that kind of stuff. But having you guys here, it just really pushes me forward, and it makes me want to keep doing this and have fun doing it and have fun chatting with you all. You guys coming into the chat like you did was like giving me a backup battery, and I can't express that enough. I really appreciate it. Like, I know Twitch isn't supposed well, okay, Twitch is a numbers game, but it's not supposed to be about a numbers game. But real talk though, just the fact that you guys are willing to come and hang out with me has made a few months of low numbers and not be able to get affiliate actually real. And you guys are incredible for that. Without spending a single penny for me, or for Twitch for that matter, you just helped me achieve a goal. And I love you all for that. Nope. Oh, you stole my head. Dang it, I got sappy on the race course. This came with the raid. It was you who kept things interesting to stick around. Well, I mean, I really appreciate that, you know? If there's one thing I've learned from my very short time working on YouTube content, you know, generally I've got like 30 seconds to wow the crowd before they decide they're not really interested. And it really means a lot to me that you were willing to give me more than that 30 seconds and that you decided, you know what, that's pretty cool. I think I want to stick around for a little bit. That's why you guys are the MVPs. And that silence lasts forever. Can I please use my stuff? Oh my goodness. I can use that at least. Also, you know, I was talking to Kat about this earlier, but that's another thing that I really do firmly believe in is I know I've helped Aura out, and I know I've helped a lot of people out over time as a viewer and just as a general good, you know, trying to be a good person. But what I like more than getting repayment for that is the act of faith. The fact that you guys are willing, even under, you know, optional circumstances, you're willing to give it a shot. Because I never intend for anything to come back around to me. I don't plan it or any clout chasing or anything like that. But it really warms my heart, though, when I know I'm doing good for somebody, and then at some point, who knows when, it might come back, you know? Victory lap 2, almost complete. Woo! Also, level up! Let's go! But Let's see. So I leveled up. What is my chocobo at right now? Nope, that's the wrong thing. Also, yay sheep. Wrong menu. Whoops. Let's see. Chocobo, we are at 125. That's not bad, I guess. Let's see. Use this. Give more stamina. Yes, okay. I want to break out of the gold saucer for just a minute because I want to show you guys this. Let us go. You know, we spoke about Garabania. Or not Garabania, wow. The Azim Step. So let's go there. Let us go to one of my favorite places. Which I haven't been to, I admit, in a long time. But this song lives in my head rent-free all day, every day. Do, 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 do. I love the Namazu so much. I really do. Also, that effigy lives rent-free at my old FC's house all the time. Oh, a funny story about the Namazu effigy too. So Kat and I were actually looking to get a house for her, and we were like touring the wards and stuff like that. Oh my goodness! I haven't been back to the Island Sanctuary since like it was introduced. I did not know you could do that. Ooh, oh, that's trouble. That's some trouble right there. But oh, is this patch? All right. This person is doing what I used to do all the time. Just jump around on the Namazu mount. I have a lot to work towards them. But I was going to say, one of the really funny stories that happened when Kat and I were like looking for a house a while ago is we found one. It was a medium. And we were just like, oh, this one looks pretty good. Well, how does the landscape look? And we were just kind of, scoping it out. Is it a house worth buying? And it's actually a pretty good house. And then we looked to the corner, and no kidding, like from here to where the Namazu effigy was the next house over. And they had 4 of these effigies just staring at that empty spot. It was intimidating. It felt like we walked into a homeowners association or something. It was just like we were watching you. And I was like, I've never even met the people that own this house, but I already don't feel comfortable around this place. The house was reasonably priced, and I think we can understand why now, but no. We did not try for that house. So, mounts. Can't spell homeowner without meow. Oh, that's good. That's good, Kat. I like that. I'm proud of you for that one. Usually I'm the one that makes the puns. Good job. By the way. There you go. Here's your cute image of the day. A little Lullafell and a little sheep. Also, I believe it has a command. Hold on a sec. Oh, there was a command for it. There was a command. What was it? Hold on. Sheep mount command. I used to do this all the time, and I'm trying to remember what it was now. The sheep actually has its own special command. I just gotta remember what it was. Or look it up here. Where are you at, sheep? Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. That's not listed on here. Does it not have one? I could have swore that the sheep had one. No, maybe I'm mistaken here. I guess I could be. Well, I guess I could be. That's unfortunate. I thought it had like a little dance that it could do. That's why I did slash dance, because I thought that was a thing for it. But doesn't appear so. Oh, wait, hold on. Is this the... I might have the wrong mount out, like you said. Albino caracal. Actually, I think it was... Oh, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Okay, so there was the Starlight Steed, which has its own as well. No, I guess I just was completely thinking of a different one. I absolutely love that, even staring at Jerusalem now as he comes around her. I mean, yeah, it's lunch delivering itself to you. Although it's kind of messed up, but still. Also. Yes. This one is absolutely adorable. I also love that it is a two-seater. It makes everything so much better. Let's see here. Oh, I gotta remember, what was the dance? Oh, also the fact that the Mulgatory dance. I'm trying to remember what the dance was for. Was it... There's a special dance that I can't remember what it is, but I guess I could just find it later. Not a big deal. Oh, speaking of Endwalker, by the way, those who know. I have to do this for old times sake. Those who know that command, or that shout. Oh, the curse. Honestly, the fight is really easy now because gear scaling is a thing. But Kat and I were part of a group that were doing this routinely to get this mount when it first came out. And first of all, it's really difficult. But secondly, so tired of hearing the Ultima Thule music. So tired. That song was amazing and I love it. But I got burnt out. I literally muted the music in that zone for like a month afterwards. Oh, also, let's see here. What command was it? There was that. The fact that I could do a salute command. Can you dance in this? I forget. No. No, it's fine. But yeah. I had the timers up, tracking and everything. Yeah. It was a rough time. It was a rough time because everybody wanted that mount. And it was so difficult to spawn at the time that you just never knew when it would happen. Stumble across people fighting on a whim. Lucky. It's a worthwhile mount though. I don't remember all the commands, but it is a mount where you can do stuff inside of it. Like you can do Charmed, I think it is, Salute, Dote, other stuff. So you're inside a TV screen and doing that stuff. Ooh, cliffhanger. Let's go. I came in at the right time. Oh, I can't recommend this enough too. If you are caught up on the story and you have not done much of the side content, at the very least, I recommend doing the Ultima stuff, the Ultima raids, not like the ultimate raids, but the 8-man stuff, because there is a whole set of quests and tie-ins that come at the end of Endwalker after you do those. It is very much worth doing. Yep. No. You know what? I was going to take a moment and mourn my loss. Yeah, like the Pandemonium raids are one like that. The ones from Stormblood are the Omega ones. And besides having really, really cool homages, I know you mentioned Final Fantasy IV. There's a lot of old Final Fantasy homaging going on in the Ultimate raids. Basically, well, I don't want to say every, but a lot of the major villains from old Final Fantasies are in those raids. Yeah. Now, if you've done all those raids, a couple of things. One, if you did not know this, just let everybody know in the crowd, you can randomly, and I don't know what determines it, but you can randomly come across Alpha and Omega. Oops. You can come across Alpha and Omega on the world map. And I've heard, I don't know if I haven't confirmed it, but I've heard that they also appear in the Stormblood stuff now as well. Yeah, I found them twice actually. I found them with the Vundu, which was funny, because the talk was just like, "That's weird. This bird is also flightless." But I found them with the Vundu, and I found them at Camp Cloud Top as well. That one that's in Lenosha, I think it is. But yeah, those are the fight or flight, and brother, it's a flightless bird. Now that is a quote. I like that. But yeah, so you've got the opportunity to see them in the wild, and then you also have a whole quest line that you can undergo with Omega that starts in Labyrinthos after you complete Endwalker. Whoop, almost overdid it. Ooh, I got lucky there. It didn't trigger. Woo! Yeah! Rita's more donuts. I was in the kitchen area while I was doing my culinary job quest. Oh, that is so cool! That is like the best! That's so cool to be there doing your job quest and just stumble across them. That was actually me with the Vundu too, though, because I was over there just doing my dailies with them, and I'm just like, hold up. Ma, get the camera! And I'm trying to remember how to do screenshots and everything so I can get pictures of it and then submit them to Discord. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the Omega questline is really good. Also the Omicron Beast Tribe. Highly recommend checking them out. I have not completed it yet. Kat has and has told me about it. But it is a really, really sweet post-Endwalker story. Alright, so we're done with that. It did mention that there's a open tournament, so let's just try it. Where's crafters and gatherers, you coward? Well, no shame to somebody that doesn't want to do it, but I will say that crafting and gathering is in probably the best spot it's ever been in the game. It's so easy to do. It genuinely is. Ew. Ascension and Fallen Ace. Who hurt you, tournament official? Who hurt you, man? You can tell me. I'll go beat him up for you. And then I'll raise them because I'm a white mage and I'll do it again. Oh. This is going to be a not very fun tournament. Those rules give me headaches. Not as much as Plus, but still. Ugh. Yeah, this is going to be a tournament I'm literally entering just to say I did it. Give me my participation medal. I'm going home. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, but, you know, Kat really hit on it too with the tears that were tears thing. Endwalker. Oh my gosh. I cried so much during that. So much. There are so, like, I'm a complete lore nerd. I have the first two, well, the only two, Encyclopedia Eorzeus, and I've gone through them. And there's so many callbacks that just keep coming up, and it's just like, I'm like, we're done, right? I can put away the Kleenex. Nope, we're not done. Man. There's a third one available. What? Okay. Oh, we are going to the shop right this moment. Hold up. Final Fantasy 14 online store. Yeah. Oh, my wallet's on fire already. I don't even know how much it costs. Oh, no. Hey, Cat. Guess what? There's a sale on the store. All month. Yes. Look in your heart. You know it to be true. The wallet is now on fire. What a coincidence to learn this, because we were just talking the other day how you were like, man, are they going to do anything up to FanFest? I'm really looking forward to it. Well, there's your answer. There's a sale. Also, let me just say, my opponent has a fabulous glam. I really like this Indiana Jones look. Hello? Opponent? Like, speed of Indiana Jones, did they just like fall into the Temple of Doom or what? Let's see, what cards do we want? You know, I know it's not the best one, but I always gotta go for my man Giot. Or woman. I guess it's never really clear on that, to be honest. Let's see. Want to try and balance this out a little bit better. I would actually say, which weapon is that? Oh, is that's ultimate weapon, I think. Let's see. Do I have anything? Oh, for the record, don't expect anything great for my triple triading, because I'm bad at it. I play it because I think it's kind of fun, but yeah, I'm generally kind of bad at it. Actually, wait. Groot is that character's objectively better. Here we go. There's a person in this Triad tournament whose name is Kush Keyblade. Wow. That's kind of all I could say, really. It's just wow. Oh, okay. It's just generic dwarf. It's not Giot. Triple Triad, okay, Triple Triad isn't like the worst or anything like that, but there's definitely better. There is definitely better, in my opinion. Also, that is adorable. How do I want to play this out? I guess I could go for the Keeper of the Keys. That's another thing I used to do a lot of, and I'd like to get back to, is doing the treasure maps. The treasure maps are both really lucrative and just a lot of fun to do. I feel like if I put that down, that'll be a bad deal. Let's go with this one. Oh. Friends, if I run some maps together, I'm the catalyst for bad luck. Hey, why do you have a raw bond card? I have a raw bond card. I guess we are the same. Huh. The fun thing with the map running is, this is why you want to have like a group of people you just are good and chill with. Man. Well, after a good start. That's why with maps, so you want to like just do it every so often, I think, with a group of people you like hanging around with, because it's less about doing the maps, I feel like, and more about the shenanigans that go with it. You know, the silly things. Like the group that Kat and I used to run with, we would have just a fun thing where we would all wait until the person opened the door, and then we would all run to the other door. And then, you know, things like that, and just silly things to make yourself have fun with it. That is an interesting look you have. I feel like I'm about to get gassed at the table. The amount of times we've choked up in laughter and a voice call for me doing a stupid laugh and saying left as I always go to the left door is always that's pretty good. Let's see. Let's go for Dreaming Way. Ayo. Yeah, we had a lot of times like that back in the day. It was always fun. And it's our quotes channel on our Discord. There was no punchline. Maybe it was just how you said it. Maybe that's all it took, was for somebody to just laugh about it. Let's see. You know what? I think this is a safer play. Let's do that. So if there's one thing that I've learned in the shorter time I've been doing this, a lot of times it's not what you say, but either the context that you're saying it in, or just the way you said it. That's definitely something that I've learned. I don't really have anything to take that, so let me secure. There we go. Try and protect Dreaming Way. Ooh. Delivery is everything. That's valid. That's something I have to learn, I'll be honest. I know my voice is, for the most part, pretty monotone. I'm working on it. That's why I'm a robot, though. Also, catch that Altaria. That is a super, super adorable Pokemon. And I am going to try it as well. Chill voice vibes? Aw. Thanks, Umbra. It's really nice of you. And I know it's a bait, so I'm not going to go for it. But on the other hand, if they take Dreaming Way, it's all over. Yeah, you know, I know I'm a bit sappy for a robot here, but I gotta say, some of the stuff that I'm so grateful for, this model that you're seeing right now is one that Kat made for me. It's one that Kat was like, you need to get out there and stream, and then made this model for me. Yeah, I wish that she had like an account, you know, on FFXIV or any number of different things, but I'm really grateful for it. And that's one thing I said before is like, I need a more sophisticated model for when I do other stuff. Hey, congrats, Kat. Speaking of, I need a more sophisticated model for like when I go to do TikToks and all that stuff. But honestly, this model, this embodiment of myself is great. I really enjoy it. Oh no. They invoked the Shantoto. Everyone run! Scatter! Oh, I got caught there. Dang. Yeah, it's her. Dang, they got me on a back foot here. I'll play the best card that I can for the moment. Encyclopedia is only $50. Okay. Done. Let's see. Oh man, I have been left with some really bad choices to use. Have to hope for the bait, I guess. Well, I managed to get it back to that. Man, this was just a bad tournament. Except for my wallet currently in flames and screaming at me. That is a mood. Whoa. And apologies if that just came through my microphone. It shouldn't have. But that was some serious thunder and lightning just now. Wow. Wait, what? Then my bestie died at the end. Yeah, we've had a lot of rain coming in and out, but ended up at 4th. That's not terrible. Oh, okay. I was like, whoa, I feel like I really missed the context there. Yeah, stay safe and thunder and lightning. That stuff is no joke. Let's see. Did I get a card worth anything? That's a name I haven't seen in a long time. Ferdiad? Oh, man. Yeah, that tournament wasn't worth anything to me. Okay. Trader. Yeah, that thunder that came down though just a minute ago was enough to actually like shake the house some. So it was kind of woo. Oh, we have a new event. Yeah, I got stuck. Anyway, the wind blows. Go, 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 go. This particular event is like the bane of my existence. Because I have never been able to be successful at it. That's not true. I think I've completed it twice. Yeah, RNG, the best, what's the word I'm looking for? The best challenge of skill. But you know what? If it's a make it rain time, then I will do it. It takes the sting off a little bit when you're getting double or 1.5 times or whatever it is. Wow. Holy cow. That was like a quarter of the people. That's another like quarter of the people. Jeez. We're just kind of in the he can't possibly take us all out, can he? Category. I've already done better than I have the last like 8 times I've tried this. Wow. That RNG. Holy crap. I've never seen it do that. Ever. Getting that ring 3 times in a row. I will take all that MGP. Yes, please. Amazing. Why am I on this achievement? Okay, so I have done it 5 times. It is this one. I'm at 7 out of 10. The fact that it feels like I've never won it really says how terrible my luck has been. But apparently streamer luck must be real, and it's the chat giving me all the energy, because what is even happening today? I've had the best luck in pretty much everything I've done that I've had in years playing this game. Oh, and I nearly... 1 sec here. Make sure I get that. Oh dear. I think I might have spelled that wrong. 1 second. There it is. Yeah, I forgot to put a letter in there. There we go. Best friend of Umbra is a good friend of mine, and thus you also get VIP role. Oh. And by the way, if you guys have the 7 TV or Franker Z or whatever it's called, and you want to know how to do the commands, let me spell it out. That is one of them. That's another one. This spacing is annoying, but it's the only way I can do it so it actually shows up so you can read it. Yeah, sorry. I put the spaces in so you can actually read the words. In case you were on mobile or something, you can't, like, hover over. And then the other one. I think I did this one already. Or maybe not. Once I get affiliate, these will be so much easier to deal with. But in the meantime, though, yeah, have fun with them. I'm all about spreading the love and the positivity everywhere. Yeah, that's one of the things that I embrace the most when it comes to wanting to do the streaming thing, is getting to meet people, make new friends, and then being able to carry that love and friendship over to other people, you know? There's too much bad stuff in the world. We don't need all that everywhere we go. Let's have a little bit of fun, of fun, safe space. That's my opinion. The start is always the trickiest part, but I wish you the best of luck. I'm not gonna lie, Umbra. I don't want to say that my expectations were low, but really though, me making affiliate and being able to do emotes and stuff, that means everything to me. Like that's what I wanted to do more than anything else. I wanted to be able to, you know, showcase the artwork of other people and all that stuff, and add revenue, I guess, is cool, sure. That money is, of course, always a nice thing. But that's not the focus of what I'm doing it for, you know? I'm doing it to make friends. I'm doing it to build relationships with people, and then have those people build relationships with people. And then the next thing you know, we don't have like 100 little VTuber communities that don't talk to each other. We have a bunch of VTuber communities that have the freedom to talk to each other whenever they feel like it. And I really can't say it enough. That's one of the things that I love most about Aura, and one of the things that inspired me the most about her streams was, you know, sure, she's got her own difficulties, and that's an important facet of who she, sorry, Cat's gonna laugh at me, I say that all the time, facet of who she is, but it's not what defines her. It's the fact that she's willing to extend out to so many other people to try and help people be recognized and to just make friends with people. That is inspirational. Yeah, I knew it. I knew Cat was going to get me on it. Every time I try to say that fancy word, I end up thinking of water. Maybe that's the shape of my heart. It's actually the shape of water. Been with her for a year and a bit now as a mod, and I've seen a lot of lovely things. It's true. I mean, be the change you want to be is really a true statement to make. And in the case of someone like Aura, it can be emphasized more than she just lives what she wants to see. And that's amazing. And, you know, there's several other VTubers that are the same way for me. They're ones that I've seen. It doesn't have to be they start at nothing or anything like that. It's just a matter of they have a good heart and they want to promote and make things better for people. And I would say, more than anything else, if it's only the 5 people or the 10 people that are here now, or however many it is, or it's the 1,000 people that I get to at some point, I don't really care how many it is. I'm just happy that those people know that they can come here and hopefully have a good time and hopefully feel safe and just have a good time, you know? That's what it's all about for me. Well said. It's good to have people like you and her blossoming in the community. It really is. VTubers, not to be exclusionary, but VTubers have several extra layers of difficulty in being able to get to an audience than somebody that can just put on a webcam. And it's a choice that we all make as VTubers, and that's fine. But it also means that the person that wants to be nasty or rude or whatever can get what they want to say out to the world a lot faster and cheaper than what we can. And I think that's a really important thing to consider when it comes to the tone of what you hear on Twitch, especially, and other platforms. So the more of us that there are that are trying to just be good people and to promote positivity and, you know, promote people sharing their feelings in a way that helps them get through their day when they're having a tough time, that means everything. Because not everybody has that opportunity. Not everybody has those connections to be able to talk to those kind of people. So if there's, at the end of the day, even 1 or 2 people that I can talk to in that way and make them maybe look at things a little differently or maybe lighten their day up some, then my entire week is better for it. I don't even have to know that they came to me and said anything to me. No. Just if I have that kind of impact on somebody, that's good enough for me. That's what I'm about. But yeah, I do gotta say though, like, if you choose to join my Discord, and you know, completely optional and all that stuff, one of the things that I am most proud of that I've set up in there so far is the support squad role, where you can get notifications for a bunch of the streamers that really fall in line with that kind of vision, that kind of belief. And that's kind of the thing that I hope for most, you know? It's not just a matter of making friends with people or cloud or collaborative abilities. I mean, that stuff's great. What I'm more about is the viewers that when I'm not able to be online every day of the week or something comes up, that there's other people that they have an opportunity to go see and hang out with, you know? I can't believe I missed that item, by the way. I got too wrapped up in being a little bit sentimental there. Did it work? I don't know if it did. I'm still trying to learn how this mimic ability works. It's kind of funky. That's funny. So my mimic ability did work. I got the reflect of the guy that used reflect. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to take a second too. When it comes to my layout and stuff like that, I'm very new at how this all works. And I do apologize for having kind of a bare bones stream. I will improve on it as I can learn how to. One of the things that I would encourage if it comes to my Discord or even Twitter DMs or Twitch DMs, if there's something you would like to see, let me know. And I will see what I can do to facilitate it happening. I know I can't do like all the model stuff. It's a little bit glitchy for now. But other stuff though, I'll see what I can do. As somebody that streams on a Macintosh, it's a little challenging sometimes, but there's nothing wrong with having a challenge and learning how to overcome something. It's like half of the name of the game, really. Let's see. You're so kind, Umbra. You really are. You and Furihime. Although, you're pretty entertaining. Aww. Well, you guys are both very, very sweet, and I appreciate it. And I also appreciate the people that are just chilling out. Because, you know, I know I said this before, but I'll say it till, well, the chocobos come home, I guess. The people that hang out and just watch are also worth a lot and are worth entertaining, you know? That you're not static, you're worth entertaining and worth being around. And I appreciate the fact that you're willing to take your time to hang out here. We do stand lurkers around here. Aw. Thanks, Fit. Just want to make sure. Do you prefer being called Furihime, the full thing, or is Furi okay? I want to make sure that if I shorten your name, I don't offend you. Furi is fine? Okay, excellent. Yeah, I'm very loving of my Lalafell. I have changed several times over the years to try different things, but I always just end up coming back to her. That's another thing I actually didn't say before was when I was creating her. After I spent those 3 hours deciding how I wanted her to look, and she's not the same as she was. Just just a heads up on that. But after spending 3 hours deciding exactly how I wanted her to look, I then, for the first time in a video game, actually spent about another hour or so researching names before deciding on Katya. And I actually picked Katya because in I believe it's Russian, it actually means pure. And that's the word that stuck to me because of how like blindingly beautiful the eyes are in this character. Started as a femme aura, stuck with her all the way up until Shadowbringers. That is very relatable. There actually was a time where Kat and I we were both aura actually because we thought it was great. I'm missing anamnesis. We found out that my character looked really good as a Midlander here. So it was for me to hear for Shadowbringers and post. That's actually great timing for that. With story implications, that's fantastic timing. I went back to Ari for Endwalker. Now I'm caught up in Skill, switched to Viera. And I tried Aura male for a while. You know, maybe it's owing to the fact that I'm non-binary, like in real life, or kind of between non-binary and gender fluid, but maybe it's owing to that. But the masculine definition and the exaggeratedness of it just doesn't appeal to me. Like, I've tried being a Viera for a very short time. Wasn't really my thing, mainly because no hats. That's a deal breaker. I tried Hrothgar. It was okay-ish. But I've never had an interest in trying a male character besides the Hrothgar because I don't know. I just don't like the manly man thing. And also male auras, the heads are just so weird. They are so weird. I don't understand. Oh, it's time for another event. Let's see. Let's see. Oh. No hats is rough, especially being a red mage. Oh no, that is the worst kind of deal breaker right there. That's like being a black mage and not wearing a hat. What is up with that? Let me go join this event real quick here. So tough because while it's possible to look a bit cute, it's like pretty challenging. Yeah, that really is the problem with the male auras, I feel like, is there is no middle ground. It's like you're either spiky edginess or you're not. And that's kind of it. I will say though, hats off to, or I'll tip my hat to being a Rogadin, because Rogadin is actually probably the one male race I would have any interest in. Let's see. For everyone, but with some races they usually have to commit. I mean, yeah, male rows really make anything look good. They really do. If I was to make a male character, in fact, I think I'm gonna write this down. When I start a new character and do the full experience from the beginning again, I think I might actually pick a male Rogadin, because I do like them. At first I was like, oh, they're Golkas from 11, and that's okay, I guess. But then it's like, as the outfits and techniques they've used for creating armor and glamours and stuff has gotten better over the years, you have really had a branching out where it doesn't have to be just how the character looks on their body style. It can also be what they're wearing that changes everything. And honestly, a great example of that is... Oh, sorry about that serious temperature. Let me go over here. Honestly, a great example of that is like being a Lullafell. The nightclub scene or just even the dance scene is just like, no, Lullafells aren't allowed because silly lolly things and whatnot. So I was like, well, I guess that's fair, I guess. Not really. But then I came up with this glam, and I was just like, you know what? I like this. This is dance attire. It's not indecent. It's not pedo bait or any of those awful things. It's casual. It's nice. And it doesn't pander, you know? Let's see. I'm trying to remember what the button is for hiding my hot bars. It's been a long time. One sec here. Let me see if I can find this. Character, I think. I feel like there was a hotkey for this, but I really don't remember it. It's fine. You get the idea looking at it. But yeah, I mean, any race has like some potential to it. And thank you very much for the compliments, by the way. Oh, less than enthused. Oh no. As the meme says, oh shit, here we go again. Also, I swear there's like 2 or 3 different variations of this thing. Yep. Nope, can't see. There we go. Okay. Oh, at least it, what? Well, at least it happened there. And not too far in. I actually thought that was more solid than it was. And there's a lot of lawful discrimination, a lot of servers apparently. It's not seen much in Exodus, but I heard it's like that in other worlds. Yeah, it's a really commonly pervasive thing, and I don't understand it. It is very much a Western theme idea. It's not in... well, it's not really seen in the Japanese servers at all. But yeah, it's a very Western concept, and it's unfortunate for it because it just takes an entire race of characters and just says no. I mean, I can completely understand if there is distastefulness happening, but to just, man, I'm trying the other side next time. But to just write a blatant check about it, nah, it's not my thing. It's actually almost funny in a sense because a lot of times by trying to limit characters like that, you end up with the opposite effect where Lullafells aren't supposed to look sexy or anything because that's indecent. So then instead you give them childlike attire to cover the indecency, and now they're more baity than they were to even start with. That dress is mesmerizing. Oh, and they fell. Let's see. I think I can walk this. Yeah. Close, close, close. Yep. Yeah. Got it. I'll say this. They may have fallen in front of me, but at least they fell in style. Yep. No, I jumped early. Shoot. Yep, that was definitely an F moment. I don't know why, but I thought that person somehow bounced backwards and fell off. I was... man... I am not doing good this time around. I guess my luck has worn off. It's okay though. honestly don't mind. I get to have fun talking to y'all and doing it, so it's good. I cannot time my jumps all of a sudden. What's going on? Jeez. Well, while I'm failing miserably to get these jumps right, I guess I'll shamelessly plug myself for tomorrow's streams. So tomorrow I'm actually going to be doing Ender Lilies for a little while, continuing the story. And I'm also planning on having another stream in the evening that's going to be a chill drawing stream. I'm going to have some dinner and then do a couple things of my own before I head off. I just wanted to say thanks for being a nice person to listen to and chat with, Angelo. You've been a blast. Hope you have a lovely rest of your time streaming. To see you around. No, you. That's what I have to say. No, you. In fact, I know I got the emote in here. Where is it? Gonna hunt it down. Nah, it's too hard to do on this. That's fine. I'll just do that. But I appreciate you hanging out with me, Umbra. And I appreciate everybody that's hung out this long. I mean, I'm really shocked by it. But yeah, go get you some food. Enjoy your time off. Get some rest. And if I see you around in the future, awesome. And if I don't see you here, I'll probably see you in one of Aura's chats. In the meantime, take care and have a great day. Let's see. I must follow the lucky frog. Maybe. Maybe they're lucky. They were not lucky. They were anything but lucky. Dang it. I was led astray. Well, as they say, that ain't it, Chief. Ah, jeez. The frog was in fact not lucky. Yeah. Where's Cat at with spamming my my sound effects? It was at that moment he knew he fucked up. Emote. Oh man. Let's see.
It was at this moment.
There it is.
He fucked up.
I have been rejuvenated. Nope, I have not been rejuvenated. Oh man. But yeah, tomorrow I'm actually going to be continuing my playthrough of Ender Lilies, which after I'm done streaming, I always do exports of that to YouTube, and I'm practicing editing on that to make content there. I'm also, again, this is more of like a collaborative thing if you wanted to come and hang out, but I also like to do drawing streams where I just have some music in the background and just kind of chill and do stuff, you know. You can share if you want, or we just work together. You know, just it's a vibe. Hey, I made it. I'm over here like the heat is on. There we go. No. Okay. It's the pine cones. I blame the pine cones because I can't really tell their surface area. There. Oh, I missed it. Oh, yes, I'm going up. Whee! Okay. Okay, jump there. Jump to there. By the way, just want to point out, this is literally what I was talking about. Look at this grass. I am gone in this grass. Here we go. I didn't even come over here. I don't know. Yay! No! Oh, wow. Well, that was... Dang. Indeed. 1 minute? Well, I can at least try to get another trophy, maybe. That's probably about it. Nope. This is the saddest timeline. Yeah. I'm just gonna do what any self-respecting Lullafell would do in this losing situation. There we go. That's it. Game over, man. The Lullafells really do have some of the best emotes. I just see in the chat box from this person, can I get a res to the finish line, please? I have never felt that mood so hard. Where's another healer? Can they just rescue me to the finish line? That was good. I give credit to them for that one. It's here. One sec here. Ah, sorry about that. I had to clear my throat. Didn't want to be rude. Let's see. See, this person gets it. And they get you, Fury. Feudy. Feudy. There we go. A red mage is made by their hat. Let's see. That was unintentional, but you're not wrong. I think this may be one of the longest sessions of speaking I think I've ever done, so I apologize. Let's see here. I'm gonna get the endurance this time. Does... Oh, nope. Don't have another training session yet. Okay. Whew. I think I need, what was it, one more race for the challenge log? Let me see here. Oh no. I've actually got all the Chocobo race ones. Okay. So I need to do triple triad. Okay. Lord of Verminion and Mahjong. That is a hard no for me. I need somebody to teach me the rules of dueling for those, because no. I just ended up with a headache when I tried to figure those games out. Man. Or rather, quit. Although, you know, I had a funny idea from something that Umbra said earlier. I think it'd be pretty funny to get an emote made for the lurkers. That it's just like, wearing like a baseball hat. Like, the Fragnabout's wearing a baseball hat or something. Just the nondescript appeal. Awesome, wow. I'm really leading off the pack on this one. You know, for as long ago as this track was introduced to the game, it really is an evergreen track. Okay, a potion. Oh man. Oh yeah, I gotta admit, change the topic a bit, but I was watching Ara play Pixelmon, and first of all, I didn't know that existed, and secondly, I think something like that might be the reason I would actually want to try Minecraft. It looks really, really cool. Woo! That's actually another really big thing from watching so many streamers and, you know, becoming, I don't want to say friends necessarily, I don't want to be presumptuous, but becoming followers and stuff like that is really getting a feel for games that are just outside of what I would normally look at. And just be like, oh, hey, that game actually looks pretty neat, you know? It's definitely something I would like to expand my horizons. Alright, let's go for another one. Let's see. Actually, give me just a second here. I'm actually going to run to the bathroom and I'll be right back, guys. Go ahead and go to a BRB, but it'll be quick. Alright, we are back. Sorry about that. Just had to do a quick bathroom break. Alright, let's get back to doing some chocobo racing. Oh, thank you, Fury. I do apologize if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I'm trying to pay respect to the fact that it's a Japanese name by giving the right inflection on the R, but not very good at it. I apologize if it comes off sounding weird. So, Samuel, I'm not Japanese myself. There's actually a funny backstory to this name. Oh? Is this something you'd like to say? I'd be interested to hear it if you're okay with telling it. But yeah, if you're okay with it, go ahead and tell me what the story is. I'm curious. I always like learning where people get their names from. Ah yes, my most formidable enemy, balls. Nope, no. Nope. Okay. Woo! Almost got there. Nope. Oh, that's my chat box. Uh-oh. Yep. There we go. Grab that and get everybody. There you go. Let's see. When I was younger, I was new to role-playing and stuff. And well... Oh, lost my mouse. Oh no! Oof. And well, I made this one super big villain for my group that was like a massive threat. And I was thinking of the name and like... Little young me, who only knew certain Japanese phrases from anime, decided to look up what Fire King was in Japanese. Well, Google Translate told me Fire was Fury and Hime was King, when actually the name is Fire Princess. That's cute. I like that. That's actually a really, really cute username origin. Plus, let's be real, Fury Hime I think sounds cooler than like Fury Osama. Doesn't roll off the tongue quite the same way, you know? That's cool though that you actually went outside of your comfort box to try and think of something that was foreign like that. That's really neat. Stuck to it ever since. It had a big impact on our group's story, so it kept coming back. Heck yeah! Those kind of funny things are the things that make friendships and just stuff like that last, you know? The good memories. And I'm glad you got that. Oh, Orchid did level up, so let's go ahead and make sure we put that in there. Here we go. Stats are not too bad, actually. I do admit that's something I do kind of miss is, I used to play a lot of D&D. Well, not a lot, but did play some D&D, and it was actually a lot of fun. Kind of hoping someday to be able to get back with a group, maybe in a VTuber community or something, and, you know, stream playing it, because honestly, D&D is like some of the best storytelling I can imagine. And sometimes it is the most random, what even just happened stuff. Should have a chance for one more race here, and then it'll be another one of those. Let's go RPs as well. Group had a massive falling out and broke up back in 2012. Aw. Umbra's actually the only one that stuck with me. Now I'm able to play online games, other stuff like that together ever since. Man, it's unfortunate about the group falling apart, and it's kind of a natural occurrence, I hate to say, but I'm glad that you actually got a friend that stayed with you, though. That's cool that you and Umbra still stick it out like that. If there's one thing I've definitely learned since playing games with Kat, it's that even games like MMOs, which have all its content and stuff like that, are honestly just a lot more fun when you have somebody to do it with. Not gonna lie though, I do wish I could get back into D&D. There was, we had a group we were part of, and I was a Dragonborn druid / alchemist, or rather artificer, and it was actually some of the best cooperative storytelling I think that we've ever had the fun of doing, and I do miss it a lot. And that was using Dungeons and Dragons 5e. Uh-oh. Oh no. Give me a potion. Woo! These goobers grinding the place up. Go. That's not gonna work, but gotta get to the end. Come on. It's so far away. No. Dang it. Dang it. Aw. Well, top 3 is not bad. But yeah, if you and Umbra are on Exodus, if that's the server you play on, like I said, I'll consider putting a character on that server when I start out. In truth, on this server, the FC that Kat and I were part of, I wouldn't say it broke apart, but I guess it kind of did. We had a really good time, but things just kind of gradually parted apart. So we're, she found a new FC. I'm still looking for one. I'm not in a rush. But yeah, if there's a bunch of people that are on Exodus, or even just you two are on Exodus, I think that'd be cool. And I'll make sure, of course, in my Twitter and all that stuff to let everybody know when I start my Final Fantasy new character rollout. And I'd love it if you guys would be willing to watch and hang out. And even do all those goofy things that people do for streamers. Let's see. Do balance this time. Oh, wait. No, don't want to do that yet. I want to give training. Gotta boost that stat some more. There we go. Oh, man. Yeah, I know I mentioned this earlier in the stream too, but if you are interested, just wanted to let you know that on Mondays, I actually do a relatively short, it's usually about 2 or 3 hours stream of Subnautica on the first time playthrough. Goofy things. Yeah, I don't know if you know what I mean, but a lot of times with streamers, you'll see people that like when they achieve a big milestone in the story or something, there's like the people doing this sparkly emotes and just silly fun things, you know. If I don't get that, that's fine. It's just I think it's hilarious whenever I see it. But yeah, on Mondays I do Subnautica. It's actually been a really fun experience so far. It's funny because I generally try to not swear. It's not like I'm safe for kids or anything like that, but I just try to keep my language clean for the most part. And I gotta admit that there were a few times in that game that I ended up cracking and cursing completely by accident because I was so surprised, and it was hilarious. Let's see. Yeah, we should have time for another race before the next event shows up. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that it has been 4 hours. This has not been the longest stream I've had, but I can definitely say that it's the most fun I've had in a stream in a long time, I think. You know, the highs and the lows of it. That starting out with a slow audience, but then Aura coming in, and then you, Foodie, you and Umbra sticking around. And it's been a great day. You guys really made my day more fun and enjoyable. I should have had that. That happens. By the way, I know that Umbra had mentioned how much they loved Final Fantasy IV before. I do have limited time to be able to do streaming every week and stuff like that, but it's worth considering that in the future I might do some YouTube videos of playing through the older Final Fantasies. Maybe I'll get the Pixel Remaster series or something and just kind of do some, well, edited's kind of a strong word, but it would be, because nobody really wants to see all the grind for older games. But it could be a fun time to do, though. And I've been with Final Fantasy since quite literally the first game. Going back to the roots a bit and re-exploring it in the new era would be pretty fun, I think. I'm glad you think it sounds cool. I'll take that as a point of encouragement for one to do it. Well, that's okay. That was an awkward combination of things to happen at once. I got tireless, but I also got frenzied. So I didn't lose any stamina, but I got a speed boost. Yeah, works for me. Yeah, truth be told, I love video games. I have been playing them for a really long time. I'll say it that way. And there's a lot of games that I feel like don't really get a whole lot of recognition or time in the spotlight. And I would love to start actually making footage of those and be able to put them up on YouTube or stream them live and just open the doors for people to see other games, you know? This stream with 14 was actually completely unplanned. I was actually intending on streaming tomorrow for Ender Lilies and for the drawing stream, but Kat happened to log in and she messaged me on Discord and she was like, hey, there's a Make It Rain campaign going on in Final Fantasy XIV, and I was like, oh, okay, well, let's go do that. And then I was like, hey, why don't I just stream it? Why not? And then it was actually funny because while I was trying to set that up, because OBS is being a pain in the butt, while I was trying to set all that up was when I saw the Aura went live, and I was like, oh, I'll hang out with her. Sure, that's cool. And then I was just like, you know, just being courteous because streamers that I like to interact with a lot, and I got kind of a thing about not just like disappearing in a stream. I know it's acceptable conduct, but somebody that I feel like I talk to a lot, I feel like I owe a little bit more to than just saying nothing and vanishing. And that's why I was just like, hey, I'm going to stream 14. It wasn't like a come raid me please or anything like that. It was just a, in case you're wondering why I haven't talked to you in like 2 hours, this is why kind of thing. Yeah, I'm the same way, Feudy. I try to, again, streamers that I usually interact with a lot, I try to always give them a heads up before I like disappear for a long period. Because, well, I mean, it's the right thing to do, honestly. At least my opinion. Not everybody's like that, and that's totally fine. But once again, that just shows how sweet Aura is, that I was just trying to give her a courtesy call, so to say, and she decided to come raid me, you know? I was entirely unplanned and entirely welcomed. No. Woo! I didn't get hit by it. What? Scam. I was scammed. That item was there. Well, the good news is that we were both out of stamina. The bad news is I think he's still faster. The even badder news. Okay, now it's just rubbing the salt in the wound. Man. That actually wasn't looking that bad until the last, what was that, 10 seconds? Oof. Alright, looks like it is 20 after, so there should be a new event rolling. Let's go do that. Who knows? Maybe today will be the day where I... Oh, okay, triple tried. Maybe today will be the day where I actually get the What the Funga achievements done. That'd be cool. Less talky, more letting me in. Alright, so it spawned me over here. Yeah, I just stay here. It really doesn't matter with this. There we go. And let's do the bee's knees. Do some jamming out. Well, that was fast. And so it goes. And so it goes. Oh, jeez. I like how everybody just more or less stands in the same spot. It's not a game of chance if you learn how to win them all, as they say. Let's see. What do I want to do? I mean, I could... Yeah, let's go ahead and go back to the chocobos for now. Oh. Did anybody win? Huh. Yeah, looks like a good number of people won. We have a Mikote friend that just chooses a spot in the arena and plays dead. 8 times out of 10 they win. Man, what a strategy. Anytime I play dead, it feels like that's the first place he looks. Yeah, I got a catchboard real quick. Haven't done this in a really long time. Let's see. Do that. Alright. Hey, Fieri, since you're here, shoot, as I say, punch me on a number. Whatever 4-set number you want, I'll put it as a ticket. And same to you, Cap. If you're still hanging out, punch in a 4-digit for me, and I'll use it as a ticket number. Okay. I applaud the effort, Fury. It's all good. I mean, I could keep the spirit of it and go 420 with a 0 at the end. Alright, so Cat one's 4546. Alright. And then one more here. 7632. Okay. Alright. And we'll have to check in next week and see how it does. And hopefully you give me some cool winning numbers here. Let's see. Where does my chocobos rank at again? 31? Okay. I can get it to 32. Wait. Hold up. Get him to 32. Oh man, feels bad. It's been so long since I've done this that I forgot the gender of my chocobo. Yeesh. I think, speaking of chocobos, it's something I wish they would fix is the companion chocobo is really cool and I enjoy having it, but it's also maxed out, so it's worthless to me at this point. It's like, it's not worthless, I guess, but you know what I mean. It doesn't have anything else to achieve in life. Let's see. Name my chocobo Fenrir, not knowing the mountain bike Fenrir was a thing. Hey, Fenrir's still a cool name. You don't have to compare your chocobo to the bike. I mean, I guess most people would by name association, but to be honest, I would associate Fenrir with the giant lunar wolf dog, not a bike, you know? It's a name with many uses. I think Fenrir is a cool name for a chocobo. And I dyed him green. Aw, that's cute. You know, green's a really underrated chocobo color, I think. Personally, though, mine is like pinkish purple. Oh no. Oh no. That was a big stamina hit. Let's see. Love how it's in canon. The chocobos, missed it. Low filler ride are specifically bred to be smaller. Yeah, that actually is a really cool thing. Let's see. My chocobos are pretty cute, and the same sugar plum. Oh, that's a cute name for a chocobo. I couldn't really think of a particularly clever name, so I named my chocobo Elegance. Oh man, this race is so lost. Ugh. Hey. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Well, after that abysmal loss, let me do some training on this chocobo, and then I'll hop out of town so I can show you my companion. Now that's a chocobo name I like right there. Trailblazer. That's cool. Of course, I say that because, as you can tell with my avatar, I'm a bit biased to Honkai Star Rail. Honestly, I can't get over that game. I really can't. I played Genshin Impact and I was okay at it. But I really, really fell in love with Honkai Star Rail. It's such a fun game to play. There we go. Alright. Impact Orchid is ranked up. Let us go. Let's see. Where's somewhere I haven't been in a while? Not going to Puerto Pretoria. That music. Oh, let's go to Namai. It's funny, I actually started Genshin when it first came out. But then work-related things happened and I couldn't play for like 2.5 years, almost 3. Now I'm back and it's like, damn, so much has been added and changed. I know. I also started Genshin when it first came out, and then a bunch of stuff happened and I got busy and all that. And the fact that it's like motion controls and it's open world, I was like, I don't really have time for this, to be honest with you. You know, I need more focused games. And so I put it to the side, and then Honkai Star Rail came out, and then I'm like, okay, this is really good. This is very pointed. It's very easy for me to go point to point without feeling like it's 1,000 places to go. So, you know what? I've heard a lot of good things about Genshin lately. Let's go check it out again. And I was like, oh my god, this game has become incredibly huge. So I'm slowly plugging away at it. Very slowly. Oh, I just realized I don't have any Gissel Greens. I need to remember to do that. 1 second here. Wait, are you the person that sells stuff, or do you just... No, you just fix stuff. Nope, not the one I needed. But yeah, I'm trying to get back into Genshin, but it's super slow. Let's see. Cat, I regret to inform you of this, but I don't think this Curlia wants you to catch it. The system is quite literally breaking against you. But I believe in you. You can do it. Oh, you know, that's another thing I gotta really credit Aura for. I know that she didn't make it or anything like that, but ever since I saw how much fun the Pokemon community game was in her streams, That's actually what inspired me to put it in mine. So that way, even when I was having streams where nobody was really here, I could still have some fun by myself doing a little side game. Something to keep the chat full, you know? Hey, congrats. It's worth it, cat. Good job. Much trial and tribulations, but you got it. Yep. This is my baby. Using the the flight gear. The actual outfit that I like most for her though is the Lakshmi set, which let me pull it up here. There we go. This is actually my favorite set for her and her color. Here we go. It's very cute. I remember way back in the day having to look up the guide on how to make the colors and stuff, and oh, that was such a headache. But it was worth it in the end. But yeah, as you can see though, she is Lotus Pink, and she is rank 20. So I love the little seat on here. It's so comfy looking. Ah, man. I remember when Stormblood first came out, coming to zones like this, and then the Azim step, and then just tabbing out of the game and just working on drawing or working on like practicing poem writing and other things, other creative pursuits, and just having this in the background, just enjoying it while I was doing other stuff. It was a good time. It was always a good time. And that was back when I didn't really have any money to afford buying like the soundtracks and all that stuff like I do now. Oh man, I have such a long journey with this game, and I'm really, really, honored that people came and have stayed to enjoy this with me. And I do mean it, and I do promise it that in the future I really do look forward to starting the story over. I'll be more or less lurking now. It's super fun hanging out. I'll be tabbing in and out basically. No, that's entirely valid, Fury. Honestly, it's been 4.5 hours. My voice is kind of going out on me, if I'm honest. But it's one of those things. My voice is kind of going out, but I don't want to stop because I'm having so much fun with you guys. But I do got to be realistic that I should probably go ahead and start wrapping it up, just so that I have some sort of voice for tomorrow's streams. But, I know that it's been a long time since she came in and left, but I wanted to shout her out one more time. Okay. I was like, if it worked. Aura, Fury, and Umbra, you three, I know that you said it wasn't, I shouldn't be giving you VIP and whatever, but you guys are maybe not the VIPs, but the MVPs. How's that? Because you guys have kept me company. You've brought over a lot of people for me to hang out with, and it's just been a really fun experience. And like I said, I'm doing Underlows tomorrow. Make sure to check my Twitter, and assuming Twitter's still live and not burned to the ground, make sure to check my Twitter or my Discord or what have you. And if I do see you guys there tomorrow, that's awesome, and I really appreciate it. And if I don't, and I just see you at Aura's next stream, that's totally fine by me too. I appreciate all that you guys have done just by the nature of wanting to hang out with me. You gave this robot a little bit of fun and joy, you know? And assuming that I hit Twitch affiliate with it, I hope that I can continue doing exactly that and meeting more people and branching out to more people and just making everything a little bit happier and a little bit brighter wherever I can. That's always my guiding mission. And as Angelo Fridenrock, that is why I designated myself as an emotional support robot, because that's my mission, to make people feel happy and to give them a place where they can rest their weary heads if the world's just been a little too tough on them. That's my purpose. That's my position. So, with that being said, I do think we're going to go ahead and probably end the stream here with this nice soothing music in the background and just hanging out. To the people that came in and left not too long after Aura came in, I appreciate you giving me the chance. If you're here now or not, that doesn't matter to me. I'm still going to say it. Thank you very much for coming by. To the people that continued hanging by as I was just playing 14 doing the Make It Rain campaign, thank you for chilling out with me. To Umbra and Feudy especially, thank you so much for giving me a shot and wanting to hang out and just being awesome people to talk to for all this time. I am such a nerd and I need people to nerd out with, and you guys did the job. Thank you. And hopefully we can do more nerding out in the future together. And the most important VIP that I have and my moderator is Kat, who is always here at almost every single stream. She has definitely helped me keep my sanity through a lot of the duller streams and me wondering if this is even working out, you know? And she encouraged me. She's been here to keep it going. And thanks to the kindness of strangers and the kindness of new friends, I think I now am able to get affiliate and proceed to doing more for people that they've done for me. So, with that being said, I want everybody, if I don't see y'all again, that's fine. I hope you guys have a great week and a great time till we see each other next on the next time. If you come by for another one of my streams on here or YouTube, you are more than welcome, and I appreciate the patronage, and I love having people to talk to, and I'll see you then. But regardless, either way around, this is Angelo Fridenrock. Angelo Fridenrock. I can't even talk anymore. This is Angelo Fridenrock signing off for the night and wishing you all the best possible week and the best vibes you can get. Till the next time we meet and cross paths, have a great one. Bye.